Official documentation, original papers with the exhibitor in the harness. First call, ORVs, and on ring A, on the south side, it'll be first call for your Shorthorns. First call for Shorthorns. Get them lined up at the arena.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. But we don't have papers. Oh, maybe that's what that.
First call, get them to the ring. Class 1 Shorthorns and Class 1 ORVs. Ring A, on the south end of the Spur Arena, we have Judge Dr. Jason Clear. And in ring B, the ORVs will be our Judge Carter Ward, is on the south end of the Spur Arena, the closest to the horse barn. Get them all here and get them lined up. We're ready to get started. We'll go ahead and start calling Class 2 in all of those. Most of our breeds are pretty small, so today we may not be able to make all of our calls to get them to the barn. The breeds try to get them here accordingly. A lot of these smaller breeds, bring them all at once and we'll roll through them pretty quickly.
Right after I just told you.
Class 1 ORBs. In the ring, 16 entries in this class. Please make sure that your Class 2 and 3 ORBs are coming to the arena. On our ring A, we have Class 1 Shorthorns in the ring, 18 entries in this class. Please make sure that we've got our Class 2 and 3 Shorthorns on their way to the arena. Class 2 and 3, first call, be making your way to the arena. In ring B today, we have Carter Ward. Carter is a third-generation Angus breeder from Plattsburgh, Missouri. He joined the American Angus Hall of Fame in Smithville, Missouri. Carter's parents, Jack and Mary Ann Ward, managed 2 successful Angus operations in Indiana while growing up. Carter has always been active in the American Angus Junior program. He has a degree from Black Hawk East and attended Oklahoma State University, where he was a livestock judging team member on both schools. Since then, he has been an official judge at numerous shows, including the North American International Livestock Exposition. Y'all please welcome Carter. He's currently starting with our ORB ring in ring B. In ring A, in ring A today we have Dr. Jason Clear. Dr. Clear is the Extension B Cattle Specialist, Texas A&M AgriLife Extension. He's judged shows all over the country. Kittle enjoys it with his kids being competitive, showing. Y'all please give a round of applause to Dr. Jason Clear in ring A. Make sure as you are getting your exhibitor numbers out that you have the right exhibitor number that goes with the heifer that you are in the ring. Each individual will have a different, each heifer will have a different exhibitor number. Please make sure you have the right one, and also the original paper copy with you in the exhibitor's number harness. We need Class 2 Shorthorns and Class 2 ORBs lining up. Class 3, be making your way to the barns. Make sure that you have your Class 2 Shorthorns and Class 2 ORVs to the ring.
Thank you for bringing this.
We just want to remind all of our exhibitors, we are blessed to have Devin Sisk here today. He is the official photographer of San Angelo Stock Show, taking care of all your backdrop pictures. And ring shots, so make sure to look up Devin Sisk. Those ring shots are amazing, they do. Almost every kid, you can always find them. Thank you, Devin.
The way she blends into her forerib, her heart, everything stays in balance very nicely there about her underline. Then we set the cattle into motion. I just think she is the most flexible off of both ends of her skeleton. I like the way she moves out of her knee. I like the way she moves out of her hip and hind leg a little bit better than the heifer in second. She's probably not the most pulled apart or stoutest. Within this particular class, I think the heifer in second probably has that advantage, but I think just female quality, extra maternal kind of a look and added femininity and structural correctness. The young lady right here with the bald spot headed heifer is going to go ahead and start off. Like a lot of things about the heifer in second, as we just said, I think she's a little more pulled apart. Love her foot size and shape, the bone, and match is very, very good. The match she has up high. We set that one in motion. She's just a little bit straighter about her. Long-sided type of a female that has a ton of shape to her that's going to be in fifth. Gets a little straight off of both ends of her skeleton. You need to relax that one in the center of her top to be more competitive. Young lady has a real nice heifer that's coming in sixth here as well. I love this one standing still, bold in her upper rib, deep-sided, good-looking type of a female. She gets outside of herself when she goes right away from you. Just a little full today, kind of tighter about her spine. Real unique, good-looking type of female that's going to be coming next. I think her better days are ahead of her, just a little bit shallower there about her rib shape. Again, same thing coming next. This heifer, good-looking, good on her feet, legs, a little flatter, narrower constructed. Real nice red heifer coming next as well. Like the way she ties her neck high on the top side of her shoulder. Loose spine type of a female. Runs out of extras in terms of foot size and shape. Just needs to be a little bit stouter at the ground to be more competitive. Real sound white heifer that's coming next as well. A little bit more parallel in her lines when you study her from the side. Real stout, big body type of female will be coming next. This young man's a black heifer. She gets too straight off of both ends. A little more terminal in her kind. Rest of the heifers down the line have some unique pieces about them. We need to change them structurally. We need to maybe give them a bit more performance, size, and length. This young lady's heifer just gets a little flat and narrow, needs to proportion better. A little extra set. This young lady's heifer that's coming next. Again, needs to balance up this roan heifer and a little more size and performance in these last two. Great class of heifers. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Great start to the ORP show.
Class 2 ORBs is ready, about to be lined up, about ready to go in the ring. Make sure your Class 3 ORBs are here. Your results from Class 1 ORBs.
I don't know if that one works.
In 16th place, Brooklyn Miller. 15th place, Eliza Charlay. 14th place, Macy Woodward. 13th place, Emerson Knowles. 12th place goes to McKenna McCovey. 11th place, Creed Miller. 10th place, Elizabeth Caffey. 9th place, Dylan Earls. 8th place, Ansley Sears. 7th place, Jake Grossclose. 6th place, Kennedy Sears. 5th place, Daniel Sullivan. 4th place, Drew Miller. 3rd place, Isabella
All right, number 3. Let's go right down here and give me a side view. Give me a side view, number 3.
And 4 be making your way to the arena. Class 3 and 4 ORBs.
Number 2. Give me a side view right here. Number 1 right up front.
Well, it's good to be back this morning to start off sorting the Shorthorn shows. We had a great day on Thursday and great help, and I'm looking forward to spending the day with the kids as well as sorting the cattle and working with the San Angelo Stock Show folks. That's a big class of Shorthorns to start it off, and I apologize. It took me a little extra time because you've got really in this class about a 4-month age spread, and so that's a challenge when you're talking about cattle that are about, anywhere from 7 to 12 months, coming 12 months of age. And so, I have to sort some of that out and the size difference and figure out what we've got. And so with that, I'm going to start off with this roan heifer that's very well presented today, just a beautifully presented from a hair coat and clip job. She's a female that's extremely stout in the hind end. At the same time, she's fairly attractive through that front end. I guess, I question how big she's going to be, and she's pretty good size right now, and I'd like to tone her down just a little bit. But I think from the standpoint of putting all the pieces together in the puzzle, she's the one I think that put the most good together for me. Again, as we read her into the future, I question her shoulder a little bit and how that's going to tie in and how that tail head comes out of her spine there. But that's an awfully good heifer. I think she comes to the top. This next heifer in the lineup's one that from her shoulder back, I love the rib shape and design of this female. You get around behind her and she's got a tremendous amount of muscle and base width to her as well, but she's still that long pattern muscle, which I appreciate. Her challenge is she's just got a little extra chest floor and brisket and probably just a touch thickness to that neck design. And at a calf like that, that does worry me as far as what she's going to turn out into the future, but a nice female. This red heifer that's next in line's one that's a little greener today, but I think as you study her, fundamentally, she's super sound. She's long-fronted. She's good enough in her shoulder design, and she's good middle as well with that, and she's got some muscle to go along with it, and I think a logical third to come in there. Young man, you've got a neat and interesting female. I think this is a female that she's really young today, and she's really green. I think she's one, as you read her, she's got a lot of future ahead of her because she's big swooping belly, extended front end, and she's stout enough as well. The question I have is, out of her tail head and the way her hip design, she just rolls just a little bit. But if we could correct that, I think she moves up another slot or maybe 2 slots, even as young and green as she is. Red heifer next in line's another one that you like, standing still. Really got some middle and shape to her. Thick-ended, long-fronted. She's one, though, I guess as I study her a little bit at times, I'd like to just extend her stride and just lay her back in that shoulder just a little bit. The little heifer that's next in line is just a baby, and she's got some cool features about her, extension of neck and head. She gets out and moves. She's one, I think she's just a little shorter hipped, and I think she's going to be a little tighter in that middle third of her body. Big middle heifer that's next in line is one that's very well presented today. I love the middle. I love the hip on this one. To me, she's just a little too plainer in her shoulder, plainer in her front end, and just at this stage of the game for a calf like that, to me, I think she's carrying too much condition, and that's going to cause some challenges. So as we roll through these next few, go ahead and keep them on rolling. The next heifer's one that's long-sided, got some middle to her, maybe doesn't balance out quite as well. Big middle red female next in line is one that's just a little chunkier fronted, a little shorter necked. This white heifer's a good middled one, good hip. She doesn't move quite as well as we set her in motion, and maybe a little shorter necked as well. Really a neat patterned female, this little roan heifer that's drawn to you. But I just don't know if there's ever going to be enough in that middle third of her, or just even from a muscle standpoint. But a nice set of heifers. Let's give these kids a big round of applause today.
Your results from Class 1 Shorthorns. In 17th place goes to Kason James. 16th place, Piper Carr. 15th place, Sophie Punkett. Macy Woodward was 14th. 13th place goes to Catherine Green. 12th place, Summer Burkett. 11th place, Reese Bates. 10th place, Gabri Malone. 9th place, Riker Bates. 8th place, Kylie McCrae. 7th place, Max Reb. 6th place, Colton Bird. 5th place, Dale Rab. 4th place, Will Young. 3rd place, Ashlyn Wood. Your 2nd place winner, Rendon Moldenhauer. And your Class 1 Shorthorn class winner, J.C. Collins. Class 2 Shorthorns. 6 entries in this class. Make sure you're getting your Class 3 Shorthorns to the ring. Class 4 be heading this way. We want to accommodate as much as possible, but you're going to have heifers in both rings showing. Make sure you have a substitute. We can't hold up a ring to show that other heifer. So make sure if you're going to have 2 that possibly be showing the time, that we allow a substitute exhibitor to go in that situation alone without approval. So make sure you've got somebody to go in the ring with that other one. Make sure that those original papers and the back number corresponds to the correct heifer that you're bringing to the ring. We will match up that heifer to that back number. First and second place class winners will check papers. Make sure you have those original papers with you as well.
Nice class of heifers here today, and I think we start off with a really nice functional kind of female, big middle, long in her spine, good hipped, just a really attractive, well-made kind of a heifer to start off this class, and gets out in motors as well. Like her quite a bit. The red heifer's next in line is one that I really appreciate the swooping belly on this one. She's big-footed, huge boned as well. She's one that's maybe just a little wastier in her brisket and just a touch more shoulder than the heifer that wins the class. But that's an awfully good female as well that comes in second in the class. I think that's a fairly close placing between those two. Two nice heifers. The next heifer in one is that I really love her shoulder design. She's flat in her shoulder. She's good middled. I think she gives up a little muscle mass as we compare her to those in front of her. She's a little narrower in her pin set. And the main thing is she's just a little shorter necked and plainer out of that front end. Red heifer's longer fronted, kind of a female, and probably has just a touch more natural thickness than the roan heifer. She just doesn't have quite that middle today that the roan heifer has. That's a pretty skinny heifer at this point in time. A little more condition and time on feed is going to change her. The roan heifer, I appreciate the bone and the middle to her. She's one, though, that I think as you study her and the more she stands out here, she kind of starts to fall to pieces. She gets open in her shoulder. She breaks behind her blades a little bit. And she gets a little off in her hip. But, again, I appreciate that big rib. And then we got a really long spine, kind of a female that's got some middle to her. Just doesn't have enough muscle and balance and eye appeal to move her up any higher today. Congratulations, guys.
Your results from Class 2 Shorthorn. 6th place, Weston McCarver. 5th place, Leighton Robertson. 4th place, Balin McCrary. 3rd place, Reese Bates. 2nd place, Chloe Thomas. And your Class 2 class winner, Marley Harris. Now we have Class 3 Shorthorns entering the ring. Make sure your Class 4 Shorthorns are here ringside and get lining up. We'll do our division. And then we'll go to our Class 6.
Or 7, actually.
Class 7 Shorthorns, all right?
I think we get into these Februaries. We start off with a pretty logical placing. This is a big, growthy, stout-made kind of a female that tremendous middle to her, and she's super thick-ended. Gets out and moves. She's one, though, I think as you study her, she gets a little tighter in her heart. She wants to break just a little bit behind her blades. But that's a nice heifer. I think she wins pretty handily. Then it becomes a little bit closer between these next two. If you chose to swap them, I wouldn't argue with you, but I think I chose to go with the red one. I think she's a little flatter shouldered. She's a little better out of her neck and head. And this female is just really green today. She needs some condition, and she does. She's going to really come on down the road for that young lady there. But that's a nice female, got enough muscle and bone and rib. She comes in second. The white heifer's one. It's a little further along, a little more conditioned than the red heifer, but she's got a lot of rib to her. I think as you study her, though, she's not as wide pinned. She's not as flat in her shoulder, and maybe not as chiseled through that neck and head as the heifer that comes in front of her. The next heifer's one is super long spine, kind of a female. I think her challenge is that she just doesn't balance out from end to end. She's a little bit deeper chested and just doesn't transition with enough lower rib shape and that flank for her length of spine for me to move her up any higher today. But a nice female. Really long and extended fronted, kind of a heifer that's next in line. Just one heifer that needs a little bit more middle to her. This next heifer's probably got just a little more shape and turn to her rib. She's just a little shorter fronted, a little plainer out of that front end, and just a little lighter muscle. And then a very well presented heifer that comes in next in line. That's one. The young lady does a great job getting her shown. She's just a little too straight on both ends for me to move her up any higher today. But a nice set of heifers. Congratulations, guys.
Results of your Class 3 Shorthorns. 7th place, Sophia Patterson. 6th place, Jessica Stanzel. 5th place, Ellen Jones. 4th place, Chloe Carlisle. 3rd place, Kenley Hallbrook. 2nd place, Faith Jacobs. And your class winner, Finley Jones. That will wrap you up for Class 3. We will need Class 4 in the ring. They are in the ring. Peyton Crowder, your class is in the ring. Entry number 1329, Peyton Crowder. Your class is in the ring, and the gate's about to be shut.
really stout, burly female to start off this class. And I think there's really two nice heifers to start it off, but there's just more to this female. She is one that's just huge middle, big-footed and bone, stout in her hip design and big back, and at the same time she's long in her front end design as well. So awfully good female. The red heifer behind her, I think fundamentally that heifer is extremely well made in her design. She just doesn't have that center dimension, the heifer in front of her. She's not as stout in her foot and bone and muscle. Granted, she probably is just a touch better in her shoulder design, a little flatter there, and I appreciate that about her. But two nice heifers. I chose to go with one that's just a little bit more to her today. Nice heifer that comes in next to 9 the young lady's got. I think I'd just change her up a little bit, just give her a little more shape into her lower rib, and maybe extend that neck just a little bit. But that's an awfully stout-made, functional kind of a female. Heifer that's next in line is one that's got some middle to her. She's just a little plainer in her head design, a little deeper chested, a little coarser in her shoulder, but a nice functional female. The white heifer's one that's long and extended in her design. She's long fronted and good in her shoulder. She's one, though, I think for her skeletal size, we just got to open her up a little bit, maybe give her a little bit more set to that front leg, but a nice, big, growthy female. And then we round it out by a heifer that just overpowered today by those heifers in front of her. But she is extended in her front end, got some length of spine, just needs to be more of her to move her up any higher today. Congratulations.
Shoulders back. I think this one gives our class winner a run for money because she's extremely fit, stout, powerful type of a female. I like her feet better. I think she moves extremely good when we set her into motion. She's just a little swollen there under her throat. I don't know if she hurt herself or something like that, but man, we can clean that up. I think she gets more competitive. Shoulders back. That's a very, very nice effort. Congratulations to you as well. Third place heifer. I like this one's size and moderation. She has a great shape when you get them behind her as well. I like her boldness in her upper rib, power she has out there for her hip. Just a little, doesn't balance up quite as nicely when we set the cattle into motion. A little sharper around her mom, kind of cuts up there into her flank ever so slightly. I think she's extremely functional. She's a good-looking female that has some shape, squishy down and stuff ever so slightly. Now the only baldy heifer that's going to be in the fourth. Standing still, I think this is closer to our class winner than being a fourth-place heifer. She is so good looking up to her front end, level down her spine. All of her angles read extremely good. We set this one into motion. She's just a little more wound up there through her spine. She kind of gets a bit more uncoordinated about her hop when we watch her go away. If we can fix those things, give her a bit more stability, loosen up her spine, loosen those legs, I think that one's a very nice female as well. Heifer in fifth, I moved her up a spot because I think she's looser about her skeleton. The heifer that's going to be in sixth today, a little plainer there out to her hip. We could lengthen that out and just square her up ever so slightly, maybe tighten her up about her underline. I think that heifer moves up like that. Really powerful, deep side, big body kind of female that's coming next. Maybe a little sharper, closer around the top. You push some more conditions than what I personally prefer. You can freshen that one up. I think it's more competitive. Red white heifer, extremely long, shapely type of a female, a bit more terminal in her type of time. One lady looking at her for a gearing female, just a fall-free kind of cattle. She's a little bit plainer there after her front end. Doesn't balance up quite as nicely. I like the young lady in red and white that she's wearing. Hopefully she's got
All right, we have our results from Class 4 Shorthorn. 6th place, Weston Carver. 5th place, Olivia Patterson. 4th place, Christopher Suckanek. 3rd place, Emma Reynolds. 2nd place, Audrey Fowler. And your class winner, Aubrey Ramos. We have in the junior heifer division currently in the ring, Class 7 Shorthorns. Be ready.
Really nice set of class winners out here. And second places to follow in this calf champion. I'm going to go through them and talk them. I think there's a couple of heifers that surface to the top pretty handily in my mind as far as the two that we're going to use. And so I want to talk a little bit about them and kind of give you my thoughts and what we're thinking here. The heifer that wins the first class, certainly big and stout. She's the biggest, stoutest female in the bunch today. I think as you study her, she's big-hipped. A lot of growth and performance in her. I guess on her is she's probably just a little too much in that shoulder for me in her design. I'd like to tone that down just a little bit and bring that tail in just a little bit. But a nice female. Again, just like to flatten that shoulder just a little bit at this stage of the game. Next heifer in the lineup's one that's just a well-made kind of a female, as I said in class. She's good middled, flat shouldered. She's got enough muscle and substance of bone. Just a high-quality individual there. Wish, again, compared to some heifers on either side of her, there was a little more to her. But a nice female. The young lady's white heifer, when she came in the ring, she's just a very elegant-looking female, a female that's long-sided. She's got some middle to her as well. She's one, I think, as you study her and the longer she gets out here, she's just a little tighter in her heart and wants to break just a little bit behind those blades. But that's an awfully good, functional kind of a female that gets out, and she moves around the ring exceptionally well. A lot of good in that particular heifer and a lot of future as well. The roan heifer, the dark red roan heifer, is one that's just a monster. You know, I mentioned in class she's really burly in her design, huge foot and bone, a lot of middle to her, and I think as you study her from behind, you appreciate how much rib shape she has and the amount of mass that she has. At the same time, she still is a very attractive in her front end. If you wanted to pick on her just a little bit, I think you could just maybe lengthen that stride just a touch. But again, that's picking on a really high-quality individual as well. I think there's two heifers out here that there's some give and take between the two of them. I think it's close between the two. Let's give these kids a big round of applause, and I'll go pick your champion in reserve of this division.
Your Shorthorn Heifer Calf Division Reserve, Finley Jones, and your Heifer Calf Division Grand, Aubrey Ramos. Exhibitor 896, Haley Nicholson. Please report to Class 8 in the Shorthorn ring. Haley Nicholson, your class is ready for you.
Good class of heifers here. I think it's really a one-horse race in this particular class. Young lady brings a really nice female, big-middled, kind of a female that's got enough substance, bone, and thickness to her as well. At the same time, she's good in her front end. Just a real high-quality female. I think just jumps out and wins this pretty handily. And then there becomes some give and take. I think the white heifer, to me, is a little wider pinned, a little bigger topped, and probably just a little bit better and more coordinated off her hind legs versus the roan heifer behind her. She's a female that's got enough middle to her. I think if you wanted to open her up a little bit, you'd like her a little more, but a nice female. The roan heifer's one, again, as I said, as you study her, she's a little narrower made, narrower pinned, kind of a female. She probably has just a touch more rib shape than the heifer in front of her. But maybe not as neat and attractive in her head as that heifer that comes in second. The next heifer, the red roan that's next, is one that's good flat-shouldered and long in her neck design. She's a little flatter ribbed and a little more narrow-made than some of those above her, but a nice female. A real stout-featured female, big boned, big-hipped, big-topped female that's really long-bodied. I like the extension of neck. She just gets a little more open in her shoulder design and just a little bit clubby-looking from that perspective. The little red heifer is next in line. I guess the only thing on her is I question if she's going going to be big enough. And I'd sure like to see a little more growth and performance in her today, but there's a lot of good in that female. She's flat-shouldered, long, elegant-necked, got some middle to her. Just needs to be a little more of her to move her up higher. And then we get to the roan heifer that is higher performing than the heifer in front of her. She just gets a little straighter on both ends, a little plainer in that first third of her body. But nice set of heifers. Congratulations to these guys.
Your results from Class 7 Shorthorns. 7th place goes to Kate Swain. 6th place, Haley Nicholson. 5th place, Kaylee Corley. 4th place, Logan Reed. 3rd place, Shane Carlisle. 2nd place, Kerrigan James. 1st place in Class 7, Emily Muntrath. Class 8 is lined up. We'll need your Class 9 Shorthorns. Class 9 Shorthorns, make your way to the ring.
Maybe. Oh, maybe not. That's a pretty good judge on that.
Good way to start off our new division here in the ORV side, and I think a heifer that comes to the top fairly easily, a November 1 female that was the first in the ring and hit me pretty hard as soon as she came in. I mean, she balances up so nicely from the side. She has that extra femininity about her front end. She's so maternal about her rib shape here from the side. Little weekend behind her, level down her spine, get out of her hip. Incredible hind leg on this female. Just a very high quality place to start. Comes out just ever so slightly. I wish we could square up for a knee up front just every now and then. That one wins the class pretty easily for me. Gets a bit closer between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and that's why we re-walked in here. I wanted to make sure I was comfortable with what I was doing. I think the 2nd place heifer, this black and white one, just most likely resembles my class winner in terms of her balance and the profile. Again, very feminine about her front end. Nice swoop there to the lower 1/3 of her body. Awesome about her hip and hind leg. Just like to lengthen this heifer out ever so slightly. Give her a bit more extension. Maybe exemplify her foot and bone to kind of match that mash she has up high and be more competitive with her class winner. But man, that is a striking look from the side. Very highly presented female to be in 2nd place there. 3rd place heifer, I think standing still is awfully good. She bounces up so nicely from the side, from her chest floor into her heart, there into her rear rib and flank. She's very flexible out of her hip and hind leg when we set the cattle into motion. Just doesn't proportion quite as nicely there about her front end, a little crest here over her neck, from her chest back into her rear rib and flank. Just like to deepen her there to be more proportional from the profile. I like this heifer in the 4th. I love her length.
That's what we were doing. They need to bring that whole dang breed over. No bigger than these are.
Personally prefer a little shallower body, weaker about her point compared to those heifers ahead of her. That's why she's going to end up in 4th. Young lady's December heifer that's going to be in 5th. This is kind of an Oklahoma special in my opinion. Round sound and low to the ground, as we'd say. Huge footed, huge bone, a lot of shape. Little shorter couple than when I personally prefer. This gets to be a little bit quicker in terms of maturity. Heifer that's coming next, the same story you said. Very big body, huge size. Love her standing still.
14th place, Judson Rogers. 15th place, Paisley Hadaway. 14th place, Judson Rogers. 13th, Audrey King. Alexandra Whitford. 11th place, Hollis Beckman. 10th place, Blaine Parnell. 9th place, Chloe Carlisle. 8th place, Caitlin Sykes. 7th place, Lindley Searles. 6th place, Shelby Phillips. 10th place, Cale Trailer. 4th place, Dylan Earls. 3rd place, Kirby Lacey. 2nd place, Lillian Burnett. And your class winner, Wesley Phillips. Class 7, now we have 8 and 9 getting ready.
This is class 8 in there.
Class 8 Shorthorn is currently in the ring. Please bring all your Shorthorns. All Shorthorns in the breed. The rate we're going, we don't want anybody to be late, so go ahead and bring all your Shorthorns to the ring.
A little bit of a challenging class. I guess there wasn't a heifer that I just gravitated towards as one that would win your class. And if you said, well, you want to shuffle these three here another way, I probably wouldn't argue with you. The heifer that wins the class, I think as you study her, she's got the most lower shape of rib. She's good in her hips. She's really sound. I guess the advantage that she has over the heifer behind her is she's a little more flat in her shoulder, open in her heart design, and probably a little more neater and feminine out of her head. She does not have that extension of neck that heifer behind her has. And I wish I could put that on her, and then I'd have that heifer that I could just snatch up and be your class winner. But to me, she's kind of just the combination. The white heifer, you got her set up right now, she just kind of falls apart a little bit on you. And she can get a little out in her shoulder. She gets a little tighter in her heart, and she wants to drop and break in those blades a little bit. But when she's collected, you really like a lot of things about her. I just like to just put her together a little bit better because that's a big-bellied, stout-made kind of a female. Next heifer in the lineup's one that I like the middle. I like the top design. She's stout-featured, long-fronted. She's one at times you look at her, and when you set her in motion, and young lady, when you pulled her out that last time, I could really see she's just a little bit straight off of that front knee, and that angle of that shoulder is just not quite right. But that's a nice female. This heifer next, I love the elegance of the front end of this particular female. I love the shoulder. I love the neck, how it comes high out of her spine. She's long-bodied. She just needs a little more middle relative to her frame size. And I'd like to just soften her spine a little bit where she gets out and she can motor a little bit better, but a nice female. The next heifer's one that's a female that just needs more shape and dimension to her ribs. She's a little narrower made, maybe not quite as attractive in her front end. Next heifer's one that's just doesn't have quite the middle center dimension of those above her and not as attractive. This heifer that's next in line is one that first glance you kind of like some things about her, but then I really gravitate towards that back hock, and she's just too straight on that hind end, and I really don't like that hock design, but that's a thick-made kind of a female. Heifer next in line's got some extension. She's just a little plainer sided, and then we got this last female, as Mr. Ward mentioned across the ring. He said this is an Oklahoma special, and she's a more moderate frame, kind of a clubby type female, but she's got a lot of muscle and a lot of rib. There's some things that lady can probably, from a mating standpoint, to do some things with that heifer to move her up any higher.
Your results from Class 8 Shorthorns. 9th place, Rachel Fuller. 8th place, Seth Spivey. 7th place, Jace Watkins. 6th place, Gracie Wheeler. 5th place, Caitlin Easel. 4th place, Magdalene Herrera. 3rd place, Kaylee Corley. 2nd place, Haley Nicholson. And your class winner, Brigham DeBoard. Single entry in our next class, in Class 9. Please make sure you have all the Shorthorns to the front.
Single entry August female here. A lot of growth and performance of this female. I really appreciate the extension of front end and neck. I think as we've studied her and compared to maybe some of the other heifers that we've seen come through here, we'd like to open her up in her middle some. And really, I guess the thing I'd like to correct on her, she gets a little uncoordinated off those hind legs and just a little more narrow base. But a nice heifer. Young man does a good job getting her stuck today. Congratulations.
Single entry in Class 9, your winner, Grady Jennings. Now we'll go bring in Class 10 in our Shorthorns, and then we'll be to our junior division.
good class here in the Shorthorn deal. I think there's 3 heifers that came to the top of the class pretty handily. And this young man's red heifer is the one that I think wins pretty handily in this particular class. I like this heifer quite a bit, just like a lot of the features about her. She's big-middled, flat-shouldered, extended. She's got enough substance of bone and muscle to her as well. And that heifer's pretty skinny still. She doesn't have a lot of condition on her, but there's an awful lot of good and functionality in her. The next heifer's one that kind of gave me some challenges, young lady. She's just a little overdone for me, condition-wise. And I debated whether or not, you know, again, I'm a big stickler when it comes to freshness and condition on these cattle because I don't want to get them too fat. But I think there's a lot of good in that female, and that's why I chose to leave her as she is. She's a female that's really excels over the heifer behind her from rib shape, muscle, and really probably substance of bone and foot as well. She gets out and motors. She's just a little bit, got a little shoulder compared to that heifer that wins the class and not quite as extended. I think you melt down some of that condition and she could maybe move up and compete for that first slot. Red heifer definitely is fresher in her condition, but I just don't think she has that rib shape, especially lower rib shape that those heifers above her have, and she's probably not as stout, but another good, awfully nice featured female. Then the little heifer that's next in line is one that's got a lot of good to her. She just needs more to her compared to the others. She doesn't have as much middle growth and performance, just overall internal capacity. This heifer here is one that's one really stout female. Thick-ended, big-backed. She's got enough middle to her. She's one that's got pushing some chest floor, gets a little round in her shoulder. I guess the thing that bothers me is her hock design. I wish she was a little flatter in her hock design instead of kind of a round shape to it. That's a big stickler for me in these breeding cattle. Next heifer's one, certainly long-fronted, kind of a female. Could maybe use just a touch more angulation on both ends. This next heifer's one, it just gets a little too chunky fronted for me, and I think as you study her natural thickness, she's just got a lot of condition, doesn't motor around the ring as well. And then we've got a good fresh kind of a female here that's a little green today, but I just don't think she's a little younger than the others, just doesn't have the growth and performance those other heifers have to move her up any higher today.
Your results from Class 10 Shorthorns. 8th place, Chloe Sucher. 7th place, Cameron Ezel. 6th place, Brigham DeBoard. 5th place, Emery Robertson. 4th place goes to Emily Muntrath. 3rd place, Morgan Brooks. 2nd place, Finley Jones. And your class winner in Class 10, Brigham DeBoard. Now we'll come back in for our junior division.
This middle division, this is a really good division. I think there's 4 nice heifers out here. To me, I think there's 2 that are going to walk away with it, and 2 that I think that you could, nitpick both of them a little bit. And so I'm going to talk briefly about each one of them and kind of give you my thoughts about them. And nothing to take away from the others out here, the other 5 that are out here, but I think there's just 2 that are a little bit different league today with that. The heifer down here on the end, the young lady's got, is one that's big-middled, stout-made, kind of a female that puts a lot of pieces together. She's extended in her front end. She's one, I think, as you study her, she may be just a touch shorter coupled and maybe just a touch deeper in her chest. And if you really wanted to pick on her, she wants to drop her pins just a little bit as she's standing there and you just set her in motion. But again, that's nitpicking an awfully good one. And I'm nitpicking her because I think there's 2 really good heifers out here that are close. The next heifer in the lineup the young lady's got is a nice, complete female. And she just doesn't have the front end, doesn't have the power that the heifers on either end have. Same way with the middle heifer, a single entry, a nice extended female. Just needs more power to play with these 2 heifers on each end. The red heifer down here on the end is one that's super elegant in her front end. She's a female that's big-middled. She's good out of her hip. She gets out and she motors as well. This heifer's pretty skinny today and green in her condition, and I like that. But I think you have to kind of look at that and compare these 2 as kind of what stage they are in condition. This heifer, I will say that if you wanted to nitpick on her, she wants to break just ever so slightly behind that shoulder. And you could criticize she may run downhill just a touch. But I love the extension of front end, the big belly that she has, and just the muscle design that she has as well. So there's some give and take among these 2 heifers. You could argue both ways, but that's kind of the way that I see it. I'm going to look at them one more time between these 2 exhibitors because I think it is really, really close. Look at them one more time, and then I'll pick your champion and reserve of this division. Let's give these kiddos a big round of applause.
Entering A on our Shorthorns, your junior division champion goes to Brigham DeBoard with entry 928. And your reserve division, Emily Munchrath with entry number 982. Now we roll into Class 13 Shorthorns. Please have all your Shorthorns, all your senior Shorthorns to the arena. Also like to remind you today, the San Angelo Stock Show photographer is Devin Sisk Photography. Make sure when you get back, check her out, her website or on Facebook, but look up there. She does an amazing job with ring shots. She's taking care of all your backdrop pictures. Thank you, Devin Sisk. The Junior Shorthorn Association is selling caps. They are on the back over there east wall on ring A side. Go find them over there. They are selling caps. 13 will be next to go to your ORBs. Be getting all the rest of your ORBs over here. All ORBs to the ring.
A little bit of a challenging class. I think there's some give and take among all these cattle. The young man's white spot heifer here, I think, comes to the class just because she's so complete in her design. She's good out of her front end. She gets out and she moves. Just a nice female. If you could change her up a little bit, I'd like to just make her just a little bit better out of her hip and just make her a little bit bigger in her belly and just open her rib up for me to like her more today. But that's a nice female. Young lady's red heifer here is certainly one that's probably a little deeper bodied, a little bit bolder sprung in her rib than the heifer that wins the class. But she's one that gets just a touch deeper chested and a little bit plainer out of that first third of her body. If we could change her, just make her a little more attractive there. The next heifer in the lineup's one that sometimes hits you and you really like a lot of things about her. I think compared to the heifers in front of her, she doesn't have as much extension, length of body. She's maybe not as correct out of her shoulder and maybe not as attractive in her head, but that's a nice functional female. Powerhouse female that comes in next in line, big back, thick-ended, kind of a female that's got some rib. She's one that gets just a little more open in her shoulder design, and when she moves, she gets a little more labored out of that front end. If we could bring that shoulder in, we certainly could move her up. One that's a little bit better shouldered, just doesn't have enough there in the trunk, and just needs more shape and dimension there, down in her quarter and down her top. But that's a nice feminine female. Same goes with the next heifer in lineup. Real feminine extended front end, just a little flatter ribbed, flatter in her muscle design. This next one's one that's got some middle to her and some lower quarter and thickness to her. She's just a little plainer out of her head and neck. This one here came at me, I thought, well, I'm going to use her a little bit higher up. But the more I studied her, I like the rib shape that this female has, young lady. But she's a little off in her hip, and she's a little plainer fronted. She just doesn't balance out as well. Nice little female here that's got a lot of good things about her, just need more of her. Same with this heifer here that's next in line is one that just doesn't have quite the balance and eye appeal. She wants to break in her top a little bit right behind her blades and get up in her spine. And then just a nice, complete female. Just needs to be more of her to move her up any higher today. Congratulations.
Class 13 Shorthorn, your results are 11th place, Reagan Kelly. In 10th place, Lee Woodward. 8th place, Chloe Carlisle. 7th place, Riker Bates. 6th place, Summer Burkett. 5th place, Macy Woodward. 4th place, Kenzie Thomas. 3rd place, Micah Lowe. 2nd place, Marley Harris. And your class winner, Class 13, Nolan Hunt. Now we're bringing Class 4. Make sure all your Shorthorns are ringside. Couple more classes left to go. We'll have our senior division winner, and then we'll look for our overall champion Shorthorn.
I think there's some give and take between these two heifers here. I'm going to go with the young lady's white roan female. I think she's just the one that's more feminine and through her head and neck. She's a female that's probably just a touch better out of her shoulder, and a female that I think you appreciate the amount of rib shape that she has. If you could change her up a little bit, I'd maybe drop that tail head a little bit. And when you set her in motion, make her a little more flexible on both ends. But that's a nice female. The heifer that's next in line is one that she too has a lot of middle to her. She's probably a little flatter ribbed than the heifer that wins the class. But the big difference between these two, she gets a little bit cresty in her neck, and her head's a little more masculine than ideal. Just like to make her a little more feminine through that first third. Real flat-shouldered, long-fronted female that's next in line the young man's got. Just needs to have more muscle and just internal dimension to move her up any higher. Watch that gate.
Nicely from the side. That's where the young lady's heifer in third has the advantage. I think she's a very nicely well-balanced female on the standstill. She has plenty of power, shape, and width to her. Consequently, we set that one in motion. She just gets too straight off both ends of her skeleton. We need to give her more flexibility. Longevity becomes a concern for me, in my personal opinion. The young lady does a great job. Congratulations to all three of those exhibitors.
In Class 14 Shorthorn, the results are: in third place, John Patterson. In second place, Mia Burns. And your class winner out of Class 14 is Kenzie Durham.
I think it's pretty logical in this placing. We started off with the pair. She certainly checks the box as far as coming in reproductively sound and had a calf just shortly after her 2-year birthday. But I think just if you study the two individuals, I think she's a high quality female. She's thicker ended. She's a little more middle to her, shape of rib, and just a little more attractive in her front end. And the young man's done a good job with that calf. I think he selected a sire that's got a live calf at side. Calving ease, but also probably upgraded that female a little bit in that calf. So a nice pair. Good job, young man. The heifer that's next in line is certainly a flat-shouldered, extended-fronted kind of a female. Just wish she was a little farther along in calf and just a little stouter to move her up any higher today.
Class 15 Shorthorns, second place, Miley Leverage. And your class winner, Hudson Young. Now we're going to come back in for our senior division, our Shorthorn breed. Have all your first and second place in all those classes lined up. We'll do our seniors. Then we want to make sure all our division winners will be here and be close. And then we'll come back in for our champion Shorthorn.
As we get over here into our last division of the Shorthorns, we got 6 nice females out here. I think when it comes down to it, there's one that's going to come to the top, and then it's kind of splitting hairs between the other two. We'll talk them briefly. The heifer that wins that first class is just really long spine, really neat out of her neck and head. She's a female that's got a lot of muscle to her. We commented in class that I think compared to some of the other cattle we've seen today in the other divisions, we maybe open her up a little bit in her rib. and she gets just a little rounder out of that hind quarter, but that's a nice, good quality female. The next heifer there, the roan one, the redneck roan, is one that's neat out of her front end. She's just a little tighter in her heart, tighter in her middle there. And when you set her in motion, she gets a little bit more restricted there. And then the pair down on the ends, just a good quality female. She's doing her job. You know, could stouten her up, young man, give her a little bit more bone and muscle, open her up a little bit, but doing a good job reproductively, and I commend him for that. So, and then we've got some good seconds. We commented on the red heifer over here. She was second in that class because she's just a little bit deeper chested, fronted kind of a female, but you got to appreciate the middle and the power that she has, and she gets out and she moves around the ring. So there's some give and take, I think, when we come down to our reserve. But let's give these kiddos a big round of applause, and I'll pick your champion.
No, I haven't gotten it yet. I'm waiting for Billy to bring it to me. Sorry.
Your senior heifer champion, the entry number 1337, Nolan Hunt. And your reserve, Marley Harris.
Is that right? Is it Marley? Yep.
Your reserve is Marley Harris. So champ Nolan Hunt, Marley Harris. Now we'll have all three divisions brought back in the ring on our Shorthorn side. And our judge, Dr. Jason Clear, will get you a champion and reserve Shorthorn.
They'll know, but yeah.
Want to make sure if you're granted reserve, any backdrop pictures you can take on whatever you do, but we want to make sure we get those backdrop pictures over there with Devin Sisk. Also, granted reserves, make sure you stick around and we'll go over to our validation table.
Well, this has been a fun show out here today, and as somebody that has raised these things most of my life, and it kind of runs in my family going back to my great-great-grandfather in the early 1900s, I really have enjoyed sorting the cattle today. And I'll tell you, the three that we have in the division champions and then your reserve division champions, it makes me excited as a shorthorn breeder because there's a lot of quality out here today in these cattle. And I really appreciate the opportunity to sort them and go through them and work with the kids. Briefly, I'm going to talk just about these three that are out here, your division champions, and I'll make a few comments about your reserves as well. That calf that wins that first division, you know, she is just burly in her type and kind. She's big-middled. She's stout-featured, long-necked. If you wanted to criticize her just a little bit, she's got just a touch of that point of shoulder there. We could flatten that just a little bit, but that's an awfully nice female. The white heifer that was reserve in that division, equally good female, just started to kind of get away from herself a little bit. She was break behind her blades, gets a little more tighter in her heart area compared to that heifer calf that wins that particular division there. The red heifer that's here and wins the middle division, that was a tough division, really good division. And it took me a little time to sort between the two. And as I said, this red heifer, to me, she's just a little fresher in her condition. She's a little more elegant in her front end. I love the rib shape, the length of spine that she has. And that's a heifer that you could put probably another 100 pounds on her condition-wise, and wouldn't hurt her freshness at all. That's a nice female. The heifer that was reserved there, stout-featured, a little further along, kind of a female. As I mentioned in class, she's one that's maybe a little shorter coupled, and maybe not as fresh and feminine out of that shoulder as the one that wins that particular division, but that's a nice one. The pain heifer that's next in line's long-necked, kind of freaky-necked and fronted there, and kind of freaky out of her head and jawline. But that's a long spine, kind of a female. She gets out, she moves really freely. I'd like to open her up, and I think when you get her out here compared to the other two heifers out here in the lineup, and even the ones on the other side of her, she probably could just be a little bit more open in her rib design in it. But there's so much power and so much substance of bone, and I think her advantage over the other heifer on the other side, which was deeper bodied and probably more in line with these others, her advantage was she was fresher in her head and neck and just better out of her shoulder and brisket than the red heifer that was reserved in that division. So great set of females out here. I think it's a tough decision. For me, I think there's three heifers out here that it's really in contention with. It's been a great shorthorn show. Been a lot of cattle. Been fun to sort them. Let's give these kiddos a big round of applause.
Your Shorthorn showmanship winners, your junior, entry number 9. We have showmanship. They may have brought their own and nobody told them. Then we'll, yeah.
I'm not urgent. One for the junior winner, one for the senior.
So yeah, I've met him up there a couple times over the last couple of years, and then I walked up and saw him hugging the kid.
I just wanted to meet our announcer.
Wade,
What you
Wade
do.
Kirkwood.
Wade Kirkwood?
Yes, sir.
Glenn Hoffman.
Hey, nice to meet you.
You too. Somebody said you're an auctioneer?
Yes, sir. Some
On
days.
cattle and bulls or just
A little everything.
no equipment?
Huh?
No
No, I've done equipment and of that. Main thing I do a lot of is junior livestock sales, you know, shows and sales, but I sell cattle and do some equipment. We're going to try to start hopefully getting that going.
You have a
I also run, no, I sure don't. I run the boys ranch, so my
Do you?
full-time job gets to be
I better keep you away from my son.
He wears a lot of hats.
My son said he's going to send his oldest boy to boys ranch. I don't want to go. This is a.
all right. Yes, sir.
You
I'll
can
give you a
just
holler.
text me or
Oh
email
yeah.
Do you have a question?
me. You can take a picture of that code and it puts it into your
You
phone
dang,
automatically.
that is fancy. Yes,
Yep,
sir.
That's not me. That's my son.
Uh-huh.
Everybody hands a card back. They take a picture of it and give me a card back.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
well,
what.
I'll do that. I didn't realize, I didn't look
I've
at it
got
that
it.
Yeah,
closely.
Just take a picture of it and it'll put right
Yeah.
in that contact. That's Chad. He worked in that kind of industry for a while.
I tell you what, that is pretty like that. All right, Kylie Locke in the Red Angus. Kylie Locke, entry number 493. 493 and Kylie Locke. Your class is lining up. Kylie Locke, make your way up to the ring. Hey, nice meeting you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Do we have a showmanship winner over here? Okay, perfect.
So after the Red Angus, how many regional?
How are you doing?
We still got Charlay Main, huh? We need all your Charlays. Charlays, we're ready for you. Charlay Class 1, Class 2 Charlays. All of you be making your way to the arena. Charlay Class 1, we're lining you up. Your Shorthorn Heifer showmanship winners. Your junior, entry number 980, Grady Jennings. Showmanship winner, Grady Jennings. Your senior, Emily Muntrath, entry number 982. So Grady Jennings and Emily Muntrath come up here to the announcer stand and we'll have your showmanship winners. And your grand and reserve or your Shorthorn show grand champion goes to Brigham DeBoard, and your reserve goes to Emily Muntrath. Red Angus, Charlay, be lining up. Class 1, Red Angus, make all of those cattle come to the ring. We'll run through them pretty quickly. Charlay, make sure that you're getting all your heifer calves, 1, 2, 3, and 4, to the arena. Class 1 Charlay is now entering the ring. Class 1 Charlays. Class 2 Charlays and 3 and 4 will line up 2 in a second, but 3 and 4 make sure you're making your way to the ring. Bring all your red Angus. Bring all of the red Angus.
really good way to start the Charlay breed off today. And these two that started the class, when they walked in, I thought those are probably going to be my top two females. And this one, I really like this female a bunch. Really tremendous amount of lower rib shape to her. She's flat shouldered. She's really extended in her front end. And that heifer's still very youthful in her appearance and condition. And she's wide pinned and big topped and just gets out in motors as well. I think one question on her is you're going to have to keep that chest, floor, and brisket in check as you go ahead and feed her on out. But that's a nice female. I like her a bunch. She wins pretty easily. The second place heifer, you just encountered a really good one. And I think that's an awfully good heifer as well. She just doesn't have quite the rib shape that female in front of her has. Granted, she probably is a little better chested than the one in front of her. And if the one in front of her doesn't get managed, you're going to be able to beat that one there. And I think that's an awfully good one as well. Just didn't have quite the middle and quite the muscle that one that wins the class. Another one that's got a lot of middle to her, neat fronted, extended. Her difference is she didn't have quite as much bone. She gets a little bit off in her hip and drops her pins a little bit. This young man's heifer is one, and you may question, well, why'd you put that one there? She looks real skinny. I think she is skinny and green, but if you look at her, the bones are there, young man. She's big-middled. She's got some thickness to her. She just needs some time, and I think you put some time and condition on her, and that's going to be a nice female. Really elegant female here next in line, one that's stout featured. I just wish relative to her frame size there was more middle to her. Maybe she's going through a growing stage, and she could change with that, but a nice female. Another kind of skinny one that's next in line, but the bones are there. She's flat-shouldered, extended out of her neck. The question on her is, for the Charlay breed, I wish she was just maybe a little wider pinned and a little stouter in that lower quarter. And then we get into this heifer that is certainly stout, and I moved her up a little bit, but a big-middled kind of a female. I think relative to the others, she's a little plainer headed, a little tighter hearted. One here that's got good middle to her. She's just a little bit plainer fronted, kind of a female for me, and doesn't have some of the stoutness the others do. This next heifer is one that I wish moved a little bit better. If she moved a little bit better, had a little bit better neck and head on her, we could move her up. This one, standing still, you like a lot of things about her. She's just a little bit straight on both ends. This next heifer is one that's got some rib shape. She's just a little plainer headed. This one, I wish there was more to this one, this heifer, young man, and she gets a little rounder out of her hip. Nice heifer that's next in line, a little bit plainer headed and fronted, a little bit bolder shouldered. This heifer here is very well presented today. He's got really beautiful hair, young lady. You've done a great job there. She's one that I'd just like to give her a little more angulation on both ends. The second to last heifer is the same way. She needs a little more angulation on both ends. And this heifer that rounds it off is one that just needs more to her, young man, to move her up any higher today. So congratulations.
Yes.
Results from Class 1, Charlay. In 16th place, Brody Frazier. In 15th, Adeline Rendon. In 14th, Adeline Rendon. In 13th, Kinsey Wolfel. In 12th, Jacob Sains. In 11th, Summer Jackson. In 10th, Briley Blackshear. In 9th place, Lainey Smith. In 8th, Samantha Malman. In 7th, Kennedy Day. In 6th, Will Filippolo. In 5th place, Kale Trailer. In 4th, Wyatt Arlt. In 3rd place, where's 3rd place?
Oh, it's right there.
Peyton Oliver. In 2nd, Lexi Hughes. And winning Class 1 is Harley Groom.
Back on our Charlay side, I think there's a heifer that surfaces to the top in this class pretty easily. She's a tremendously big-middled female. I think she's the one that probably has the most attractive through her front end and neck. She's one, though, I think if you study her, you'd like to kind of push that brisket or tuck it up in her just a little bit. But that's a big, stout, big-bellied kind of a female. The next one in line is one that's doesn't have quite the rib shape as the one in front of her. I think she's adequate. She's certainly thick enough. She's just maybe could extend her neck just a little bit. The heifer that's in third, I like her front end better than the one that's in front of her. She's flatter shouldered. She's more extended in her neck. She's just a little tighter hearted, kind of a female. She doesn't have quite the rib shape. But I think this heifer here, her better days are going to be up ahead of her. As she matures and bellies down, she could be awfully nice and come up to the top of that class. The next heifer's one that's got a little more middle, a little stouter bone and foot. She's a little plainer fronted. This next one is one that's probably a little bit more extended than the one in front of her. She's just a little flatter rib, not as stout featured. And then we round it out by some heifers that we just like to see a little more muscle mass, a little more balance and eye appeal to move them up any higher today.
Results of Class 2 Charlay heifers. 8th place, Georgia Goudeau. 7th place, Ryan Muller. 6th place, Gracie DeFore. 5th place, Carol Prahota. 4th place, Lexi Hughes. 3rd place, Wesleyan Elliott. 2nd place, Carson Evers. And 1st place winner for Class 2 Charlay goes to Wesleyan Elliott. Class 3 Charlay are in the ring. We are making a call for Class 7 and 8 Charlays to come to the show ring. Class 7 and 8 Charlays, be making your way to the show arena.
Back on our Charlay side, I think a logical way to start off this class, really long spine, long fronted female with enough middle and enough muscle to go with it. Just a good combination female. The heifer that's in second there is one standing there, young man. I like that female a bunch, and I think at first I thought she's going to win the class. But then when we set her in motion and we get around behind her, she really disappoints you from a muscle and base width. She actually crosses her legs when she gets out in motion. Just like to make her a little wider for end to end, especially for that particular breed. But a really cool looking female from the side, just needs more to her. The little stouter featured heifer that's next in line, that's certainly thicker ended, bigger topped. She's a little flatter ribbed and a little plainer fronted. And then the next heifer, certainly long and extended fronted, just need to open her up in her middle third of her body, give her a shot more muscle and balance to move her up any higher. Congratulations.
Results for your Class 3 Charlay heifers. Fourth place goes to Brody Frazier. Third place to Carson Evers. Second place goes to Sophie Bradshaw. And first place also goes to Sophie Bradshaw. Class 4 Charlay are now in the ring. We are calling for Class 7, 8, and 9 Charlays. Be making your way to the show arena.
As we get over in this Charlay class, a couple of heifers that there's some give and take among these two heifers. I went with the young man's heifer. I think it's just a little more balanced and eye appealing. She's probably a little truer out of her hip when you set her in motion. Granted, she's one you'd like to just open her up a little bit in her middle, but just a nice kind of good complete female. This heifer here is one that she gets a little more rounded in her hip. And she's a little tighter in her heart area and a little bit plainer out of her front end. And really, when you get behind her and study her, she's probably not quite as stout in her muscle design as the heifer that wins the class. But two nice heifers, congratulations.
Results for your Charlay Class 4. Second place went to Cade Davis, and first place to Preston Maxwell. We now have the heifer calf division for the Charlays in the arena. We will not be taking a break between breeds. We will keep rolling, so Main Jews will immediately follow the Charlay, and we will keep going on with the show. No break between the breeds.
Nice calf division in this in the Charlays here. The heifer out of the first class, you know, when she came in, she hit me pretty hard, and I think she still does. I really appreciate the femininity of the neck and head. She's still very youthful in her appearance, good in her condition. You know, the only hole you could put in her is you're going to have to keep that brisket and chest floor intact. And I think it is manageable because I think that's an awfully big-bellied, stout-featured female that really just glides around the ring. The heifer behind her is probably just a touch cleaner and tucked up in her chest floor. And a female, though, I think as you study her, she's probably a little stouter hipped. But I don't think she has the softness of her flank and the openness of her heart that heifer does in front of her here today. But that's picking on an awfully good female as well. Next heifer's one, really flat-shouldered, long-fronted, clean-chested, maybe just a little more tubular in appearance. And I think as you study the rib design, she's longer bodied than those front two heifers. And so as she bellies down and matures, that one could have some future ahead of her. And then in that last class was a weaker class of the two, and a female, I think, as you compare to the others, that she just doesn't have quite the middle and stoutness features and soundness as they do. But a nice set of heifer calves out here. Let's give them a round of applause, and I'll pick your champion and reserve of this division.
Class 7 is in the ring. I've made 2 calls for Class 8 and 1 for Class 9.
Your champion heifer calf on your Charlay side goes to Harley Groom. Your reserve, Wesleyan Elliott. Class 7 is now in the ring on your Charlay drive. Make sure your 8s and 9s are close and ready.
Mike, there we go. I think a pretty logical placing here. I left them as they were when they came in. I think the white heifer here that starts off the young ladies is certainly the boldest sprung, stoutest featured female. At the same time, I think she's good enough out of her front end and neck to win the class. The one that's next in line is probably a touch better shouldered, maybe a little longer in her neck design. She just doesn't have quite the middle and substance of bone and muscle as the one that wins it. Heifer that's in third is certainly stouter featured, and then the heifer in second. Just a female, though, I think is a little bit too straight on both ends. If we give her a little more angle, we could move her up maybe another slot. So congratulations, guys.
Results from Class 7 in your Charlays. Third place, Anna Butts. Second place, Robert Searles. And your class winner in Class 7 Charlay, Aubrey Mitchell. Class 8 is now in the ring. Be lining up your Class 9s.
Make their way over here.
If you're a Charlay, Class 9, 10, or plus, I would be making your way to the arena. Make your way to the arena. Charlays.
I think a good way to start off this class of Charlay, really a neat-fronted, big-bellied kind of a female that's got some power behind her. And this is a heifer, I think, as you compare her to every other heifer in the class, she's still got some condition you could put on her, and she'd still be very fresh in her appearance. Just a nice, good quality female. Heifer next in line, when she first walked through the gate, I thought, you know, that's probably going to be the one because she's so smooth in the way she's made and put together. She's big-middled. She's really attractive in her heart area. She's smooth in that transition of her shoulder. She's a little thin-necked and fresh and feminine in her head. But she just is not moving right out of that front end. And she's just not true enough. And I think she has enough angulation to that front end. And when you set her in motion, she's just not as free-moving as I'd like to see her. But a nice female, and standing still, you like a lot of pieces about her. The next heifer in the lineup's one. You like her from her shoulder back, young lady. She's big-mettled. She's good-hipped. Maybe her tail heads up just a touch, but she's just a little bit thicker-necked and a little bit thicker in her chest floor. Long-fronted, kind of a female here that just needs to be a little bit stouter, muscled, a little more open in her heart area. The little heifer that's next in line, I like the way that her neck comes high out of her spine. But I think as you study her, she probably needs to be a little more angulation on both ends. Big, rugged kind of a female next in line with a lot of middle. She's just a little bit coarser made on both ends. And then we round it out by a couple of heifers that got some muscle and performance and bone. They just don't balance out as well as the heifers above them today. Congratulations, guys. We'll leave these as they are. I'm going to go with the young lady's stout-featured female. Just really thick-ended, big-backed kind of a female that has enough middle to her. and she gets out in motors as well. If you want to pick on her a little bit, she does get a little open in her shoulder and her front end. I'd like to bring those feet in just a little bit, but that's a nice female. Heifer behind her is probably a little truer out of her shoulder from a flatness standpoint, but I don't think her angulation is correct. She's probably just a little bit straighter out of that front end, and a female that's just not as coordinated on those hind legs. But a nice, broody kind of a female. Make her a little sounder. We can move her up a slot.
Class 9 on the Charlay side. First place, Class 9. Madison Smith, second place, Kinley Hughes.
Okay, this will be 10 in there.
10 in there. If you have a Charlay left in the barn, bring them to the ring. All Charlays to the show arena.
I think a logical place to start off this class, the young lady's just got the combination female. I will say that I'd like to just stouten her up a little bit for this particular breed. She's a little narrower made, and I'd like to see a little more shape to her top. But in this particular class, you appreciate the femininity, rib shape, balance, eye appeal, and just structure she has, so she wins pretty easily. The next heifer comes in the lineup is one that I certainly would like to just make her wider based, wider in her pins, and just kind of blow her apart a little bit. But again, she's one of the three that were left. She's one that gets out and moves. She's sound. She's got some fundamental cow power in her, so we can use her to be second in the class. This next one, certainly a thick-ended female. She's one, though, as you set her in motion, she wants to get just a little more restricted on both ends, and she's one that's a little bit chestier, a little more brisket there, not as attractive. And then we've rounded out by the female that's next in line, certainly deep-bodied, but she's a little flatter ribbed and a little waistier in the first third of her body. Just like to make her a little more feminine through her head, neck, clean that chest floor up to move her up any higher today.
Your placings in Class 10. Fourth place, Briley Blackshear. Third place goes to Kason Yargo. Second place, Savannah Jeter. And your class winner, Kinsley Atkinson.
We get into this middle division of our Charlays. I think there's some give and take among all of these cattle out here. There's one that I think surfaces to the top, and then it's, you know, you got to take some of the good and the bad and try to figure out which is the lesser of the evils of the cattle that I think that remain. And I don't mean necessarily evil, meaning they're bad cattle. They're just some things that I'd like to change about them. The heifer that starts off that first class is one that's long-bodied, kind of a female, really heavy-muscled, but she's a little boulder-shouldered and a little more rugged in that front end and maybe not quite as feminine out of her neck and head as we'd like to see. This next heifer is one that I commented in class that maybe for size could be just a little stouter muscled, but I think she's adequate in her muscle. The things I like about her is she's big-bellied, she's flat-shouldered, she's good-fronted, and she gets out and she moves as well, and there's a lot of quality in her. This next heifer is really extremely heavy-muscled. I like the shape and dimension of her muscle. She's really long-spined as well. And I think as you study her and really look at the length of spine in relation to the amount of rib that she has, she's got some depth of body and rib shape. She may not appear as deep-bodied and bold-sprung as the heifers in front of her or behind her, but but I think that's one reason is because she is so long spine. She is one that maybe wants to get out just a little bit in her shoulder. When the young lady stops, she really plants those front feet wide. She wants to get a little bit weaker in her top line as well. But that's a nice female. And then the next one we've got in line is one that's, I commented in class, is a big-bodied female, flat-shouldered, could use a shot more muscle to her and make her just a little bit wider. But she is just a good combination cow that we've got out here in the line now. So I think there's some give and take. We've got some nice second places as well. I'm going to look at them one more time and then pick your champion and reserve of this division. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Yes.
You did?
Yep.
Okay, then you haven't done the grant and reserve.
Our division winners on the Charlays. Grand champion,
Junior division.
Yes.
junior division, Sophie Bradshaw. Your reserve division, Madison Smith. Now we've got Class 13 in the ring. Make sure all your Charlays, get them to the show ring.
I think this particular class sorts itself out on structure, and I think the heifer that wins the class is certainly the boldest sprung rib, stoutest featured of the three that are out there. She is a female. If we could bring her shoulder in just a little bit, we'd like her a little more, and maybe even just open her up in her heart. But I think she's the combination female. The next heifer is one that certainly gives up some muscle and mass, and as you compare her to the one behind her, she's not near the female. But I think as you study her, she's fundamentally sound. She moves really well, and structurally, I think she's got the integrity to live a long term as we turn her out in the pasture and make a cow out of her and start the reproduction cycle. So I think that's her biggest plus over the heifer behind her is structural integrity. Heifer behind her, I like this female standing still. She's big middle. She's got enough muscles. Her neck comes high out of her spine. It's just when she moves, she's really restricted on her front end, and she's really uncoordinated off of those hind legs. If we could correct her there, I think we could move her up at least one spot, maybe two slots. Let's give them a round of applause.
About the heifer in second, we'd like to refine our teeth, but shoulders back, I think this is an awfully nice female. Moderate, long spine, thick, and a nice shape to her. You get in front of this heifer, she gets a little more east and west off of her front feet, a little piecier there right behind her shoulder. That's why she's going to
probably going to have to
Those
go
fair
back
between third and fourth, about the one and third, had a bit more shape and dimension when you get right behind the cattle. She's functional on her feet and legs, just kind of rolls up her spine.
No, to get my heifer.
When you consider her motion, like to see her balance on her profile. Really long sided one that's going to be the fourth in this particular class that has some shape. A little longer toes than what I personally prefer, and she too just needs to balance up a little better from the side. Very nice class of females, real nice top there. Thank you.
Your results, no, I've got it. Sorry. Your results from Charlay's Class 13. In third place, Brownlee Yargo. Second place, Kason Addington and Peyton Oliver.
All right, back on the Charlay. We got some more batteries, so we're ready to roll again. But I think a good way to start this class and finish off the Charlay show. This is a big-bellied, stout-featured female, but at the same time, she's still very attractive in her front end, and you put her in motion, and she can move. And you can see she's starting to develop a nice little udder. Going to be a nice female for the young man. Heifer behind her, too, is you can see she's starting to spring up a little bit, developing a nice udder. And that's really a nice female. I mean, she's sound as you set her in motion. She's got enough muscle. She's just out-horsed today by an awfully good one in this particular class. So nice set of heifers. Congratulations.
Results for Class 14 Charlay. In second place, we have Jake Grossclose. And the winner of Class 14 Charlay, it goes to Ashland Wood. We have the senior calf division coming into the ring for Charlay right now. We will not be taking a break between breeds, so main on Jews, be getting ready to come to the show arena, main on Jews.
Not a lot of numbers in this final division of the Charlay breed. We had one class that there wasn't any numbers in it, but I think we've got four nice individuals. There's one that's certainly the one that stands out today. Just the bolder sprung ribbed, stouter featured, more elegant, and probably more sound than anything else that goes out in this ring. And in your reserve, there's nothing wrong with that particular individual, just not as much to her. And so with that, let's give these kiddos a big round of applause, and I'll pick your champion of this division.
Madison Smith, exhibitor number 1282, Madison Smith. Please make your way immediately to the show ring for the champion drive. Correction on Class 14 Charlay. The class winner was Jake Grossclose, and second was Asham Wood. In the senior heifer division, Jake Grossclose was your division winner, and the reserve division went to Peyton Oliver. We now have our champion drive, Charlay, coming into the arena.
Really nice Charlay show today. We had some numbers, but I think we've got some depth of cattle out here as well. Just briefly, the calf, we talked in class that just really she hit me hard when she walked in the ring. And standing there, I think she looks really, really good. The only hole you could pick in her a little bit is her brisket and chest floor there. For her age, it concerns me a little bit, but I think that's something that can be managed with the right attention during the feeding program. A lot of good in that heifer. The next heifer, the middle division, was the weaker division of the group, and but this is a nice heifer. I guess she's just a good meat and potatoes female that has got enough metal, got enough muscle, got the look. Is she overpowering in any of those? No, but I think she was the most functional, practical female. And then we got this big bred down here on the end that's starting to put together a little udder, and she's really elegant. And her best feature to me is when you set her in motion, she looks awesome out there. She moves like a cat. She's big top, big hip, a lot of rib. At the same time, she still keeps that front end in check as well. Again, I love the flexibility of this particular female as we set her in motion. So I think there's a couple of heifers out here that suit me well. Let's give these kids a big round of applause, and I'll go pick your champion in reserve.
Bradley White, in Class 1 Limousine, please make your way to the show arena. Bradley White, come immediately to the show arena. And the grand champion Charlay heifer goes to Jake Grosclose. Congratulations also to the reserve Charlay, which goes to Harley Groom. Also, our Charlay showmanship winners. The junior showmanship winner is Kale Trailer. And our senior showmanship winner for Charlay goes to Harley Groom. Congratulations, showmanship winners. Please come to the announcer stand to receive your award. All Limousine heifers need to make their way to the show arena. All Limousine heifers need to make their way to the show arena to line up. We are not taking a lunch break between breeds. We are taking pictures quickly with the winners, and we will move on with the show. So please be ready and come on over to the show arena. Main on Jews, class 1, 2, 3, and 4, make your way to the show arena, and all of the other main on Jews, be prepared and on deck. You will be called very soon. Main on Jews, classes 1 through 4, make your way to the show arena at this time. We now have our Class 1 Limousine Heifers entering the ring.
All right, as we start off our mains here, the heifer that we're going to start the class with, I will say that she's probably on the upper end of the skeletal size for me. But I think you take that out of the picture, and this female is one that just puts the most good together out of the heifers that we've got left out here. And if you study her, she's big-middled, she's stout-featured, she gets out, she moves, and she's real neat in her neck design. That's a nice female. The next heifer that comes up is certainly a good-featured female as well. She's got the middle, she's got a great hip on her. But she's a female, I think, as you study her. She's just a touch rounder in her shoulder, maybe not as extended out of that neck, and maybe not as feminine in the head as the heifer that wins the class. Another good-bodied, featured kind of a female here. She's one that I'd just like to trim her up in her chest floor and extend that neck just a little bit. But again, you appreciate the soundness and the body and the power that she brings to the table. This little heifer that's next in line is one that's super big-backed and stout-ended. She's maybe just a little bit tighter in her heart design compared to some of the others, and maybe just tries to get up under herself a little bit. This little heifer here is probably just maybe one that I would term just a little bit quicker doing, kind of a female. She is big-middled and stout-featured. I'd just like to make her a little more maternal-looking for me to move her up any higher today. Really a nice feminine kind of a female that's next in line. Just needs more to her to move her up any higher. Same thing on this heifer. These two heifers here are very much similar in their design. They just need a little bit more to them to move them up any higher. Big growthy female next in line, a little plainer fronted, a little lighter muscled. Real moderate kind of a female here that's got some femininity about her. Just needs to be more of her. And we round it off by a big growthy kind of a female that ends up the class. She's just a little bit plainer on both ends, maybe not as attractive as we set her in motion. Congratulations.
Results for your Class 1 main Anjou. In 10th place, Hudson Young. 9th place, Killian Fuller. 8th place, Abigail Moat. 7th place, Hayden Smith. 6th place goes to Ty Carr. 5th place to Eni Sumner. 4th place to Hudson Swinson. 3rd place goes to Elizabeth Cafe. 2nd place to Colt Parkinson. And your class winner for Class 1 main Anjou goes to Jory Jinsky. Reminder to all main Anjous, if you are not in the show arena, you need to make your way over to the Spur Arena for staging area. All main Anjous come to the staging area at this time.
Future ahead of her as well. Runs downhill ever so slightly when we set him on the move. No problems when she's just up there on the side. That's being put upon very, very nice out there. 1 second, it gets a bit more challenging from there on. 1 second, I think just so slightly resembles her class winner. Having some body to her, having some conviction when we set her from the side. Still good on her feet and legs. She's a little cleaner up there through her front end. She's a little more refined about her foot size and mower. That's why she's going to find her way to the second. Again, close fair between 3rd and 4th. I think the heifer in 3rd. This has more growth performance in her. She has a ton of true shape and get right behind the travel.
Nice heifer to start off this class here. Just really a neat-made female from a standpoint of femininity and neatness through her front end. But at the same time, she's got some muscle and stoutness to her top and shape to that rib as well, and she gets out and moves too. Just a nice heifer. I think she wins pretty easily. Heifer behind her is a heifer that's big-footed and bone and got some muscle. She's just a little flatter ribbed, doesn't have quite as much shape and lower dimension of rib as well, and she's a little deeper chested and plainer fronted. But two nice heifers. Congratulations, guys.
Winners of Class 2 Main Anjou. In second place, Colt Powell, and class winner, Olivia York. We will now have Class 3 Main Anjou coming into the ring.
Trio of February's here, and going to start it off with just what I term a powerhouse. Big middle, just huge top, and tremendous amount of muscle to her. But at the same time, she's still pretty fresh and feminine and through that front end. She's one, if you want to pick on her a little bit, is that when you set her in motion, she wants to kind of get out of her track a little bit and wants to get up in her spine just a touch. But I think that's picking on an awfully nice female. The heifer behind her probably moves just a touch better, but she just gives up some muscle and overall middle internal dimension as we compare to the heifer that wins the class. But a nice, good, complete female. And then we round it out by a heifer that's certainly attractive in through her neck and head. She just doesn't have quite the power that those in front of her have here today to move her up any higher. Congratulations.
Results for your Class 3 main on Jew. In third place goes to Jessie Smith. Second place to Olivia York. And your class winner for Class 3 goes to Crease Smith. Also, main on Jew, Class 4 single entry, first place goes to Paisley Gass.
I got a single entry over here in our mains, January calf, and certainly a high quality individual that could have used some more competition. Really a neat featured from a front end design female. She gets out and she moves as well. I guess, relative to her frame size, she could maybe be just a little more open in her rib, but that's a nice female. The young lady does a great job. We'll talk her a little bit more when we get in there for the division. I think we got a nice set of heifers out here for this calf division of the main show. There's probably 3 of them out here that really suit me, and I think that are definitely in contention for your grand and reserve slot here. The calf down here on the end is one that, again, in class I commented she's probably on the upper end of the spectrum as far as size for me. But I think she's a female that's still fresh in her condition. She's stout featured, big middled, and she just really has that show ring presence about her as well. Just a nice, high-quality female. The next one, again, kind of one of those meat and potato females that's just attractive, balanced, eye-appealing, just probably needs a little bit more to her as we look at the heifers on both end of her out here in the arena. Real stout, deep-bodied, soggy-made, kind of cowie-type female. But with that cowie-type female comes a little bit of baggage. She is a little bit coarser-shouldered, maybe just a little shorter-fronted. And as we said in class, when you set her in motion, she wants to get outside of her spine a little bit off those hind legs. And then this heifer down here on the end is one that's certainly got some middle to her and balance and eye appeal to her. She's one, I think, as you look at her out here now, if we could change her, I'd like to just take that neck and have it come out of their spine a little bit higher up and stretch it out a little bit. And if we did that, I think this is a pretty special heifer because she's got a lot of good features about her. So I think there's some give and take among all these heifers, but I'm going to look at them one more time and pick your champion and reserve calf champion out here. Let's give these kids a big round of applause for their hard work.
And in your main Anjou heifer calf division, the champion heifer calf goes to Jory Jinsky out of Class 1. Reserved heifer calf also came out of Class 1, goes to Colt Parkinson. We will now hear the results for main Anjou Class 7.
Big, stout, burly-looking female here to start off this class. I think she wins pretty handily. Really long spine, thick-ended. At the same time, she's still fairly attractive and through that first third of her body. That's a nice female. Good job, young lady. Next heifer is certainly a nice female as well. She's probably just a touch flatter shouldered than the heifer that wins the class, but she just gives up some muscle mass and some rib shape to go along with that, and probably foot and bone as well. But two nice heifers. Congratulations, young ladies.
Reminder to all exhibitors in both rings that you are being judged for showmanship as you exhibit in your class.
Young lady brings a single entry here, and this is a nice female. She's one that's certainly well balanced, eye appealing. You know, if you could change her up a little bit, maybe open her up in her rib and give her a shot more muscle and probably even growth for this particular breed. But that's just a nice, good functional female. The young lady's doing a good job getting her shown. Congratulations.
Results for Class 7 Main on Jew. Second place goes to Lindley Searles, and class winner was Cadence Tucker. Also, single entry in Class 8 went to Mariah Laura. We now have Class 9 Main on Jew in the ring.
We're going to start with the young man's heifer. I think she's just the more feminine fronted female through her neck and her head, and even the way that shoulder lays in there. She's just a little bit flatter shouldered. And I think as you really study this female, she doesn't appear from the side. She probably is just a little bit wider based and naturally thicker than the one behind her. Nice, high-quality female. One behind her is certainly stout-featured as well, big-footed and bone, and probably has the advantage just from the substance of foot and bone. She just doesn't have quite the middle, and she's a little rounder and coarser in her shoulder and neck. But two nice females. Congratulations.
Results for your Class 9 main Anjou. Second place goes to Piper Carr, and first place to Cash Miller. We now have Class 10 main Anjou in the ring.
A little bit of a challenging class. I guess there's just not one that jumps out to me and says that's the one. And these first two heifers, I think you could switch them if you wanted to. I chose to go with the one I think that's probably just the most complete. She's the biggest top, heaviest muscled. At the same time, she's got a lot of shape of rib. She's one. I think she's good enough in her front end and neck design. She wants to get a little wide in her stance and maybe is a little more restricted in her movement, but not bad. I think she's just kind of the combination. The one behind her is probably a little more loose in her skeleton, and I think with that looseness, she also kind of breaks in her spine and gets a little tighter in her heart. But that's a nice, good, complete female. And then we get into the final two. This one that comes in next in line certainly gives up muscle and rib compared to the one that we round the class off with. But I think this female's functional and sound. And that's where the challenge is. This heifer here, standing still young lady, she wins the class because I like a lot of things about her. It's just when you set her in motion, she really struggles on both ends. Just gets very uncoordinated on those back legs and really kind of paddles those front. If we could make her sound, she wins the class hands down. Congratulations.
Results for your Class 10 Main Anjou. Fourth place goes to Cadence Tucker. Third place to Shabert Presley. Second place to Rance Angley. And first place goes to Robert Searles. We will now have our junior heifer division in the Main Anjou.
Well, back on our main side, get into this middle division here. I think we've got some heifers out here that are certainly got some positive attributes. I think there's really two out here that surface to the top. We'll briefly talk about these. The heifer that wins the first class on the bigger end of the spectrum as far as size, but I think there's a lot of quality in her from a middle, balance, eye appeal. If you want to nitpick her a little bit, maybe you could take that shoulder in just a touch. And maybe just lengthen her stride just a touch, but that's a nice female. Middle heifer, the next class here was a single entry and just a good meat and potatoes kind of a female. Flat-shouldered, very feminine, just probably needs to be a little more of her as we compare her to the others, but that's a good functional kind of a female. The young lady does a good job getting her stuck. Then we get into this next heifer, is another bigger end of the spectrum kind of a female, but this female is long as a freight train, and there's some pounds in that. She's big-ended and stout. She's maybe a little bit tighter in her heart area, and relative to her size, maybe could give her a little bit more lower shape in her rib. But that's a nice female as well. And then we commented in the last class, this heifer is really stout as far as muscle and bone, maybe a little bit restricted on the movement and maybe not as neat and attractive out of her front end as some of these others out here. But that's a nice female as well. So good set of firsts and seconds. Let's give these kids a big round of applause, and I'll pick your champion in reserve.
On the main on Jew side, the junior heifer division winner was Cadence Tucker, and reserve division went to Cash Miller. We will now have Class 13 main on Jew coming into the ring. A reminder to all exhibitors, you must have your original registration papers in your harness when you come into the show ring. You must have your original registration papers with you in your harness when you come into the show ring. Please remember to put them in.
I think there's some give and take among these two heifers, and you know, I couldn't argue with you if you wanted to switch them. I've switched them a couple of times in my mind, but I think I'm just going to go with this female. She is the bigger, stouter, bigger middle, thicker, wider base kind of a female. But at the same time, she does get out and move around the ring and does well for the young lady. I think she's probably just a little bit better in her shoulder. Granted, I'd like to just bring that neck out of her spine a little bit better, lengthen it, bring it up a little bit higher, but I think that's a nice female that you can do a lot with. The one behind her, I appreciate the way her neck comes out of her spine better, the thinness of neck. She is one that does not quite as stout featured and maybe just a touch more open in her shoulder compared to the one in front of her. And then we round it out with one that just got into a class with a couple of really good ones, because this is a nice female, flat-shouldered, extended, just doesn't have quite the muscle and body that those in front of her have here today.
Results for your Class 13 Maine on Jew heifers. Third place goes to Brody Whitlock. Second place to Cash Miller. And congratulations to class winner, Brooklyn DeBerry. Class 14 Maine on Jew is now in the ring.
Well, as we're getting towards the end of our mains, I'm kind of feeling like that calf. Need to just sit down. We're going to start with the pair. I think one of the fundamental important parts of the project is always to get these cattle into reproduction so that they can start earning their keep. And I think that's probably the biggest advantage of these two. Not to say that I'm expecting to have pairs on these January heifers, but I do think that I wish, young man, your heifer was a little further along in calf, that we could see some udder development, things going on. This female, she calved at her 2-year birthday and got a nice calf at side. And this is fundamentally just a nice female. She's got some middles, very feminine in her design. She's got enough muscle and body. Just a good quality functional female. The one behind her is certainly probably a little stouter muscled, kind of a female, bigger topped, and certainly a little bigger footed and boned. But I just would like to see her a little farther along in calf so we can see that she is going to be reproductively sound. So congratulations, guys.
Congrats.
Winners in the Limousine ring, your junior showman is Paisley King. Your senior showman is Mitchell Payne. Please come to the announcer's stand and get your prizes.
Congratulations in Class 14 Maine on Jew to second place winner, Caden Carter, and first place winner, Daisy Bartley. This is the first call for Class 1 Kenina heifers. First call for Class 1 Kenina heifers.
couple of fall-born heifers, and both of them are due to calve early summer. Certainly wish they were a little further along, but I think for me, the first heifer is the one that just, as I study her and look at her, she just looks like a cow standing out there. And for me, they got to look like a female, and she's flat-shouldered, she's feminine in her neck and head, she's thick enough, she's big-bodied, and she gets out and moves good enough. The one behind her, certainly the one that's heavier muscled, bigger back, and just tremendously thick in the back end. But as you set her in motion, she's one that's a little more restricted. She gets a little round in her hip design and probably just a little more upright in her front end for me to move her into that first hole slot. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Class 15 winners. Second place goes to Abigail Moat, and first place to Brooke Hido. We will now have our senior heifer division in the main en jeu, followed by the grand drive. All Kenina heifers need to be making their way over to the Spur Arena. All Kenina heifers, make your way over to the Spur Arena for the Kenina Heifer Show.
Not a lot of numbers in this last division of the mains, but I think we've got some nice cattle. The heifer that wins the first class, as we mentioned, that just couldn't pass on how much production she's got in her, big middle and stout, gets out and moves. Maybe could stretch her neck just a little bit there to make her a little more attractive, but a good female. The one that stood behind her is one that's super long-bodied, had enough middle and stoutness, and I think she logically followed that heifer right there. The middle division was a little weaker division. You chose to go with the cow, the pair, and she's a nice female. But I think as you study her out here, She's maybe not in the same league as far as growth, performance, and muscle, but a good functional female for the young lady. And then we rounded out by the fall-borns that wish they were just a little further along in calf, but I think as you study them compared to those heifers in our first class, maybe not as powerful. But nice set of heifers. Let's give these kiddos a big round of applause, and I'll pick your champion in reserve.
And congratulations on the Maine Anjou Senior Heifer Division. Division winner goes to Brooklyn DeBerry, and Reserve Senior Heifer goes to Cash Miller. We will now have our Grand Champion drive for the Maine Anjou. Reminder to all Kenina heifers, you need to be over in the Spur Arena at this time. All Kenina heifers, be ready. We will start your show just as soon as the Maine Anjou drive is completed.
not a lot of numbers in this main show, but I think we've got some quality of cattle out here with our division winners and then our reserves. I think there's 6 nice females out here. Just briefly, I'll talk these division winners here. The one that wins the first division, I really like a lot of things about that female. Again, she's probably on the bigger end of the scale for me, but you can do a lot of things with size, and you can change size quickly. It's harder to make them good quickly. It takes multiple generations, and I think there's a lot of good in that particular female. The heifer that was reserved behind her in that division is one that's probably from the size perspective, a little bit better size as far as what I like. But I think she just gave up some mass and probably just a little extra pizzazz. I'd say through that first third of her body, she maybe had just a touch of chest there. But that's picking on an awfully good kind of a female. This middle division, this heifer here walked away with it in this division, and I think she's really a nice female. You put her standing still, and she's one that's just very striking in her design. She's got some middle. She's maybe not as much turn of rib down low as compared to those heifers in front of her when we think about natural shape and dimension of rib. But she's a female that's super long-hipped and big-ended. One that I guess if you wanted to question her a little bit, maybe extend that neck just a touch. And then when you set her in motion, at times she wants to paddle just a little bit on those front feet. But that's nitpicking on another good female. And then we get down to this big one down here, and she wins the class. She's just super stout-featured, big-middled, and just what a friend of mine calls just a load. And she is a load. But she's one that I think probably pushing the amount of condition that I think is desirable at this stage of the game. And when you look at her, I think it's really affecting through her front end. She's got just a little bit of brisket there right in front of her shoulders, and I think that seam fat that's building up there is actually pushing her shoulders out a little bit as well. We could make her a little bit more fresher today, young lady. I like that one quite a bit because she is stout, she motors, gets around the ring really well. Then the reserve on the other side was probably a little fresher in her condition, just didn't have what the mass and power that this one had as well. So good set of females. I think there's give and take. I think the one I'm going to use, I like a bunch, and she wins pretty easily. Then it gets a little closer. And so with that, let's give these kiddos a big round of applause.
And congratulations to our main Anjou grand champion goes to Jory Jinsky. And our reserve grand champion main Anjou heifer goes to Colt Parkinson. Also, congratulations to our showmanship winners. If you will come to the announcer stand to receive your award. Main Anjou Junior Showmanship goes to Brooklyn DeBerry. And main Anjou Senior Showmanship goes to Cash Miller. Congratulations to all of our winners. We will take a few pictures with the main Anjou, and we will start our Kenina Heifer Show in just a few minutes. Hayden Smith, please come to the announcer stand in the Spur Arena. Hayden Smith. Hayden Smith, please come to the announcer stand in the Spur Arena. Hayden Smith, you have an award to pick up at the announcer stand. Entering the ring now, we will start our Kenina Heifer Show, Class 1.
little bit of a challenge in these two heifers, and I'll talk through them, I guess, just you can understand what I'm trying to do. One, the young lady said this heifer's in heat, and she's really just not cooperating at all. You know, as I study these two heifers, the heifer that's going to win the class, I love the way that the shoulder sets in. She's flat-shouldered. I think she's extended enough out of that neck. She's huge-bellied, and I think she's thick enough, and she's got enough bone. Enough is the key word. When she sets and when she's right there planted, I like this heifer a bunch. She wants to get up in her spine just a touch when you set her in motion, but again, I think that's picking on an awfully nice female. I guess the big difference is, to me, at this stage of the game, she's just a little fresher in her condition compared to the one behind her. The one behind her is probably pushing a little condition, and I think that's pushing her shoulders out a little bit. She's a little rounder shouldered, kind of a female. And then when you set her in motion, and I don't know if it's just because she's in heat and acting a fool, but she wants to kind of waddle and get outside of her skeleton a little bit on those back legs. Two good heifers. You could easily swap them. I chose to go with one that's maybe a little flatter, shouldered, a little fresher in her condition. This next heifer is a good one too, I think. Just needs to be a little more of her. I wish she was just a little bigger bellied and a little bit more growth and performance in her, but that's a nice female. The young man's gray heifer that's next in line is one that's super skinny, but fundamentally you look at her and she's got the skeleton, extension, good enough middle, really stout featured. She just needs some groceries and time. And that is going to make her really a nice female because fundamentally I think there's a lot of good in there. This heifer here next in line's got some middle and stoutness to her, a little rougher shouldered, a little plainer out of her head, a little more masculine out of that head and skull. The next one's a little bit frailer in her bone, just a little flatter made. This Brangus influence one right coming next in line, just wish she was a little more attractive in her front end. And then we round it out by one that's probably one of the stoutest heifers out here, but to me, she's just a little bit too terminal looking to move her up any higher in the class. Congratulations.
Attention in the barns, Colt Parkinson. Exhibitor number 1011, Colt Parkinson. Please come to the announcer stand in the Spur Arena. Colt Parkinson. Results of our Class 1 Kenina heifers. 8th place goes to Sesson Runyon. 7th place to Landon Harrell. 6th place goes to Jessica Stansel. 5th place to Kaylee Carmichael. 4th place to Will Filippolo. 3rd place to Ford Bella. 2nd place to Maddie Smith. And our Class 1 winner was Kendall Rayfield. Colt Parkinson, please come to the announcer stand in the Spur Arena to receive an award. Colt Parkinson.
This next class of keys, I think the young lady's black heifer surfaces to the top pretty easily. Just a good functional female, good fronted, enough middle and enough muscle to her, and she's pretty sound as we set her in motion. The next two heifers, I think there's give and take. I chose to go with the female that's probably a little more maternal looking in her design and probably a little sounder than the one that comes in third. She's certainly not the stoutest muscled and boned featured female, but to me, she's just the complete of the remaining two. This last heifer is certainly thick-ended, big-boned as well, but she's a little round on both ends, and I think as you study her and study her hock, we'd like to flatten and tone that hock down just a little bit. But three nice heifers. Congratulations, guys. Well, I think pretty logical placing is to start off with the black heifer here. I think she's one that puts a lot of good together from a structural integrity, balance, eye appeal, and that young man's got her stuck, and she really just shows us a good show ring presence as well. Wins pretty handily. Young lady's yellow heifer's giving her a fit. She's definitely athletic and agile, but she's one that just gives up performance and muscle and just overall eye appeal compared to the black heifer. Congratulations.
Winners in our Class 2, Kenina. Third place goes to Bryson Jenkins. Second place to Caleb Walker. And first place goes to Isabella Langford. Our Class 3 Kenina winners. Second place goes to Abigail Key. And class winner for Class 3 is Caleb Walker. We now have Class 4 Keys going into the ring.
This class sorted out pretty much as they walked in the ring, except for that top switch there. This black and white female, I think She is just really neat and attractive out of her front end. I love the way her neck comes out of her spine. She's super flat shouldered, clean chested. At the same time, she's big middled and really square and stout in her hip. And I think collectively she holds herself together in just a more balanced, eye-appealing package than the heifer that comes in second. The second place heifer probably has just a touch more swoop to her rib. But I think as you really begin to study her, she's got a touch of shoulder to her. Her chest floor is starting to come out. She's a little tighter hearted, and she's just a little more rounded in her hip design. Again, I'm picking on an awfully nice female. That's a good pair to start the class off. This next heifer is one that is super neat out of her neck and head. She's one, I think she just doesn't have quite the shape and dimension of muscle and maybe as much rib shape. And I think when you set her in motion, she's not as correct as those heifers above her. The black and white heifer that is next, not a lot of hair on this female, but there's some neat attributes about her. She's sound, she moves well, she's extending her front end. Just the middle third of her body, she just doesn't have as much openness or shape of rib. The bigger bellied of those last two heifers is next in line and certainly stouter made, kind of a female and farther along in condition. But when you set her in motion, she's pretty restricted out of her hock and her pastern. If we could free her up there, probably could move her up a slot or two, young man. Congratulations.
Winners of our Class 4, Kenina. 5th place went to Dylan Earls. 4th place to Carter Towns. 3rd place to Harper Simpson. 2nd place goes to Driscoll Aiken. And our class winner is Macy Weems. We now have our heifer calf division coming into the ring.
All right, as we get into this calf division of our keys, I think there's a nice set of heifers out here. We started off on that first class. It was a close pairing, I thought, between the two, and there was give and take among both of them. We went with the heifer that's probably a little flatter shouldered, a little more feminine in her design, and a female that's probably moving just a touch better. Could she be just a little bit stouter from a bone and muscle standpoint, especially related to her, relative to her size? I think so, but there's a lot of good in that female, and when that young lady gets her stuck and the heifer settles in, she has a pretty striking look to her. Next heifer was one that was a little bit weaker class, but a nice heifer came to the top. One that has got some thickness to her, maybe a little extra shoulder, not as much middle as those on either side of her. And then this heifer was in another class of 2, and she surfaced to the top pretty easily. I love this heifer from her shoulder back. She's big and bold springing in her ribs. She's really thick-ended. She gets out and she moves. She can be at times, and I question at this early in the game the condition of her front end and the extension of neck with that. I wish she was just a little fresher in her condition at this stage of the game, but that's a nice, good, bold-sprung, heavy-muscled female. This heifer that's next in line, I like this heifer a bunch, and that heifer just really has a striking look about her. I love the shoulder and the head and neck on her and how that neck comes high out of her spine. And she's just so fresh in her condition. Big-middled, stout-featured, gets out and moves as well. That's an awfully good one to go with it. So nice set of first places and second places as well. Let's give these kids a big round of applause, and I'll pick your champion.
Winner of your Kenina Heifer Calf Division goes to Macy Weems, and reserved Heifer Calf Division winner goes to Kendall Rayfield.
I think pretty logical placing on this first female. She surfaces to the top. I think this is really a nice female from a maternal substance of bone and muscle mass, and she just really gets out and moves as well. Pretty easy class winner. And then I think the next logical placing is the heifer that's black heifer next in line. She's just one that's, again, I've said it a few times, good meat and potatoes. Is she the stoutest female in the bunch? Or the biggest and boldest sprung rib? No, but I think she's plenty stout enough. But the big thing is she's sound. She gets out and she moves and she looks like a female out there, and that's certainly important from a fundamental in selecting breeding cattle. The next two heifers are certainly really stout made kind of a females. This one here next in line is big backed and big hipped. With that, you get some shoulder and you get some restriction of movement. And I think that's, I'd like to see her just move a little better and be just a little bit more maternal looking in her head, neck, and shoulder and muscle design as well. This next heifer is one that's really long and extended in her neck, and her neck comes high out of her spine. But I think as you begin to study her, she's a little round on both ends and just probably a little more quick in her growth pattern than I'd like to see with these cattle. So nice set of heifers. Congratulations.
Results of our Class 7 Kenina heifers. Fourth place goes to Bailey Block. Third place to Callan Stewart. Second place goes to Sarah Hornick. And our class winner was JC Collins.
I think soundness really plays into the placing on these two females. The white-bellied female is certainly more skeletally correct when we set her in motion, and then standing still, she's better out of her shoulder, cleaner in her chest. A nice, good, complete female. Heifer behind her is kind of real freaky looking in her neck design. She's a little necked, but I think there's some challenges with her. She is heavy muscled. She's got some middle. She's just a little bit wasty in her front end, bolder in her shoulder. And I think when you set her in motion, she just struggles a little bit. really ultra feminine female to start off this class. Two May heifers. Both of them got a lot of center dimension to them. I think the one that wins pretty easily, though. She's super feminine in her shoulder, neat and extended in her neck, big bellied, and stout enough featured as well. There's a lot of good in that female. One behind her is certainly big-footed and boned and super thick-ended. But with that, you kind of get some of the consequences of that. When you get too much there, she's a little rougher shouldered, a little bit more restricted in her loin and the movement. And we'd like to just open her up a little bit more in her rib. Congratulations. Well, our middle division of Keys, I think there's a nice lineup out here. I think it's going to come down to two heifers, and there's one that I think surfaces to the top pretty easily. Briefly talking about them, the heifer out of the first class, big-middled, neat-fronted, kind of a female. A heifer, I think, if you study her, she probably could be just a little bit stouter in her muscle design. And maybe clean her chest just a touch, but that's picking on an awfully good female. The heifer that comes in next is in a little weaker class, but this heifer came to the top because she was the soundest of the two, and fundamentally, she's got the pieces there. Now, compared to those heifers in front and behind her, She just doesn't have quite the middle or femininity and attractiveness through that front end, but a nice heifer. And then this last class is really a neat female. I love how that head and neck is designed in her and how that neck comes high out of her spine. Big swooping belly, stout featured, just a cow in the making right there for that young lady. So nice set of heifers. Let's give them a big round of applause, and I'll pick your champion in reserve.
Results of your Class 10 Kenina heifers. Second place went to Micah Gray. First place to Harper Simpson. Also, the junior heifer division winners. The division went to Harper Simpson. Reserve division junior heifer went to J.C. Collins. We now have Class 13 Kenina in the ring.
bit of a challenging class. The Heifers are getting tired at the end of the day, and you know, I think there's some give and take among all three of these at the top end. I guess there's not one that I can gravitate to that I really like a lot. But I think there's all three of them have some good attributes. The young lady with the one that doesn't like to face this way, to me, she is the most fresh in her condition. I think she's the most genuine out of her front end. She gets out and she moves. She's got a tremendous amount of belly to her as well. Just a nice, good, kind of complete female that comes to the top. The heifer that's second behind her, I love how big-bellied she is. She's stout in her features, her foot and bone work and muscle design. She's one that is good out of her neck, but she's just a little bit waisty out of that shoulder, a little deeper in that chest floor. If we could just smooth her out and smooth that transition to make her a little more feminine, I think I'd like her and we could move her up. This heifer here, I'll just say she's big, and she's a big old cow. And going to make a big old cow for the young lady. Again, as I've said a few times, you know, size, we can change that with one generation. It's to how to make them good. And I think there's a lot of good in this female. The thing that bothers me about her is she's a little deeper in her chest. I don't like the way the transition from her shoulder to her neck. And she's just getting a little cresty. And I just don't like that femininity that she doesn't have in that head. I wish she was a little more feminine through that neck to move her up any higher. And then we rounded out by a couple of heifers that to me are just a little too terminal looking in their appearance, a little too steer looking, I guess you could say. Big, stout-footed, thick-ended, just like to make them a little bit flatter shouldered, more feminine out of their head and neck, and just their overall muscle pattern to move them up any higher today.
Results of your Class 13 Kenina heifers. 5th place goes to Brazos Kirkwood. 4th place to Casey Lynn Shiflett. 3rd place to Maddie Smith. 2nd place to Madison Evans. And our class winner for Class 13 was Lena Ottmers. We now have a single entry in the ring in Class 15.
Nice little pair here. The young man's cow. We're a little more moderate cow and probably going to be a moderate calf as well. I think fundamentally she's got the things you'd like to in a female. You know, if you could change her up or udder, it looks like she may have a couple of blind quarters there. If we could improve that. But a nice pair. Good job getting her bred to calf before she's 2 of age. So. Well, as we round out the last division, I'm not going to take much time looking at them because I think it's pretty clear as we sort through these 3 that are in this division. The heifer out of the first class, certainly a neat package there. Enough muscle, plenty of middle, and she kind of surfaced to the top of that class because she was so fresh in her condition compared to the other two that were sitting behind her. A nice female there. The second in that class is one that is big-bodied and super thick-ended, maybe carrying a little extra condition, and I think you can see that in her front end as she's beginning to kind of push those shoulders out because there's some extra seam fat building up in there. But again, you appreciate the broodiness of her. And then we just talked this pair. They're just a nice pair. Needs to be more of her, I think, to compete with these others. So pretty easy decision. I think our champion and reserve of this division are going to come out of that first class. Congratulations, guys.
Winners of your senior heifer Kenina division. The division winner goes to Lena Ottmers, and the reserve senior heifer goes to Madison Evans. We will now begin our Kenina Grand Drive.
Well, as we get down to the last drive of the show, and I just want to say thank you to the San Angelo Stock Show for inviting me out for the second year. I think this is about my fourth year in the last 12 years or so, and It's always fun coming here just because the cattle are good, the kids are always enjoyable to work with, and the volunteers that help out to put on this show, and the paid staff to make it a very enjoyable experience, and I appreciate the opportunity to do it. You as parents standing around the ring, I know how it feels. There's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears and dollars that go into this. And at the end of the day, as parents, yeah, we like for our kids to be successful and win, and I'm as competitive a parent as anybody, but at the end of the day, it's about one thing, and just everybody remember that. It's about building a kid. And I'll never forget, my dad passed away last spring, and one of the things that he always said when we were growing up, you know, somebody would ask, gosh, Randy, you know, your kids win a lot with those heifers, and we had quite a few breed champions back in the 90s with Shorthorn heifers. And, you know, you guys must be making all kind of money on those heifers. And I'll never forget, my dad told this guy, he says, you know, we're not making any money. And the guy said, well, why in the world would you do it? And he says, well, I'd rather spend the money now versus spend it later to get them out of jail or get them out of drug rehab or just get them out of trouble. And that's why we do it. We're about building kids, and I encourage you parents to always remember that. It's about building kids with work ethic, dedications, persistence, just like this young lady down here on the end. I guarantee you that heifer sets up well most of the time. But for some reason, she's not today. And that's all right. That's life. Sometimes life's tough and it doesn't go your way. You know, you just got to put it behind you and move on. And so I think it's a great set of heifers out here. I'll talk them real briefly. The heifer that wins that first class, I think, is so elegant in her front end, rib shape. She's stout featured. She gets out and she moves. An awfully good female. That was a tough division. That was a tough class because the heifer that's, or I guess tough two classes. The heifer that wins that first class is one that's super elegant and flat-shouldered, real maternal looking. We commented that, you know, maybe she could be just a touch more bone, and maybe as we set her in motion and she relax her spine just a little bit. But two good heifers. This next heifer is one that I like a bunch. I like the way her neck comes out of her spine. She's flat-shouldered, big-ribbed, and stout, and she can move too on top of it. The one on the other side of her is made a lot like her, just not quite as much of her as compared to the one that wins the class. And then we rounded off by the big bred down here on the end is one I think's got enough muscle and enough bone relative to her size. I wish she was maybe showing a little more udder at this stage of the game, and I wish maybe she was just a touch cleaner out of her chest floor. But that's a nice one. And then our reserve of that division was one that's big-bodied, stout-featured, just maybe pushing a little fat to push those shoulders out a little bit with that excess seam fat. But a great key show today. I've enjoyed it again. Thank you guys for listening to me for a couple of days. But let's give these kids a big round of applause.
And congratulations to our champion, Kenina, goes to Harper Simpson. Also, congratulations to our reserve champion, Kenina heifer, goes to Macy Weems. We also want to give congratulations to our showmanship winners. If you will please come to the announcer stand to receive your award. Junior showmanship goes to Harper Simpson. And congratulations to senior Kenina showman Carter Towns. Harper Simpson and Carter Towns, please come to the announcer stand to receive your showmanship award.